Or do you have a mute button?
So, right there should be good.
And it's on mute now?
No. Test, test, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? I'm doing a test of the audio, can you hear me? Test, test.
One, two, three.
I'm guessing.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. I would introduce you.
Hi, can I get everyone's attention, please? My name is Nina Mendez, and I'm the board chair. Our tech staff are asking that everyone remain completely silent while they pass the audio equipment. So particularly Zach, your assistant, are remaining completely silent right now while we test the equipment.
One, two, three, one, two, three. This is the test. Test, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, testing. Testing, testing. And Elisa, you can hear us?
Righty? Hold on.
Testing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to share and you have to speak really close to us. Not the-
Exactly.
Are we all good?
Yeah.
Kelly, did you want me to sit next to All right, I'm just going to do a quick sound check. We're about to start. And Elisa, we're okay? All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a meeting of the Arizona Board of Executive Clemency. Today is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, and the time is 9 a.m. This is the time set for the board to consider a recommendation for commutation of sentence, reprieve, or pardon to Governor Ducey for Mr. Frank Atwood, ADC number 062887. The record will reflect that Mr. Atwood is present in custody and is represented by counsel. This hearing is being held at the Arizona State Prison Complex Hyman Reining Unit, which is located at 4374 East Butte Avenue in Florence, Arizona. The following board members are present and will be voting on the disposition of this case. Beginning to my immediate right, the Honorable Mr. Sal Freni. To my immediate left, the Honorable Mr. Luis Quinones. To my far left, the Honorable Mr. Michael Johnson. And myself, I'm Mina Mendez, and I'm the board chair. We will note that Mr. Atwood is represented by the following counsel: lead counsel, Mr. Lane, who is present, Mr. Koistra, who is also present, and Mr. Perkovich, who is also present. The state is represented by lead counsel, Mr. Klingerman, and also present on behalf of the state is Mr. Rankin. We'll also note for the record that the victims' family members are present and the victims are represented by counsel, Ms. Clay. I will now be going over the procedures to be followed for the hearing. As the hearing lead, I will first provide a summary of the offense. Mr. Atwood's counsel will then present their case first. Following counsel's remarks, the board may have questions for counsel. I also want to just note on the record that sometimes the board will ask the inmate questions. In this case, because Mr. Atwood has concurrent litigation that is undergoing the federal judicial process, at the request of his counsel, we will not be asking Mr. Atwood questions himself. We will rather ask the questions of his counsel. Mr. Atwood's counsel will then present any speakers on Mr. Atwood's behalf. The board may have questions for any speakers presented by counsel on behalf of Mr. Atwood. Following the submission of Mr. Atwood's case, we will hear from the state. The board may have questions for counsel for the state as for any of the speakers presented by the state. The victim and the victim's counsel will then present any information they wish to have considered by the board. And then finally, Mr. Atwood's counsel will be given an opportunity to present any final statements to the board. Mr. Atwood also will be given the last word and may present any closing remarks or present any information that he wishes to present to the board. Following Mr. Atwood's closing statements, the board will then go into discussion on the issues of commutation, reprieve, and pardon. At the conclusion of the discussion, I will make 3 motions with respect to each type of relief being considered, and the board will then vote on each motion. Each side will have 3 hours to address the board. You are each responsible for keeping track of your own time. We will be taking a 10-minute morning break and a 10-minute afternoon break, as well as a 30 to 45-minute lunch break, depending on time and how we're doing. Council, participants, and any members of the public are placed on notice that while you have the right under Arizona open meeting law to be present and listen to the proceedings, there is no right to disrupt the proceedings. Due to the serious nature of this hearing and the constitutional rights at issue, disruptions will not be tolerated. Any person who engages in loud or otherwise disruptive behavior at any time during the hearing may be asked to leave the hearing room. We also ask that any participating parties assist us in creating a good record of the hearing by speaking clearly when you are called upon to speak, making sure you present your comments at the podium, and making sure that the podium microphone is turned on when speaking and turned off when not speaking to minimize background noise. As a reminder, the board will not be taking public comments today, but we did receive a large volume of written public comments which each board member has received and reviewed. For those here observing in the audience, please remain as quiet as possible during the hearing. Refrain from talking and try to avoid rustling papers so that we will have a good, clear record. If you must engage in conversation with another person, we ask that you wait until the designated break period and that you please step out into the lobby or the adjoining visitation room. Thank you, everyone. And before we begin, I just want to ask each council whether there are any preliminary matters or any questions about procedure before we get started. Mr. Lane?
None for Mr. Atwood.
Okay. And Mr. Clemency?
Nothing from the state, thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will now provide a summary of the offense. On September 17th, 1984, 8-year-old Vicki Lynn Hoskinson disappeared. At trial, her mother testified that she left their home at 3:30 p.m. to mail a card at a mailbox near their neighborhood. The pink bicycle Vicki Lynn had been riding was found abandoned on Coquito Place, an unpaved road a few blocks from her home. 7 months later, skeletal remains determined to be Vicki Lynn's were found in the desert northwest of Tucson. The victim was last seen by 2 boys from her neighborhood who passed her on Coquito Place after riding their bikes in the opposite direction. One of these boys testified at trial that before turning onto Coquito Place and seeing Vicki Lynn, he saw a dark Datsun Z car with California license plates driving very slowly near the intersection of Coquito Place and Root Lane. This witness described the driver as having long dark hair and a mustache and appeared as if he had not shaved recently.
Testimony revealed that these two boys passed the dark Datsun Z car and headed north on Posito, where they saw Vicki Lynn riding her bike south toward the intersection. On that same day, Sam Hall, a teacher at Vicki Lynn's elementary school, which was located near her neighborhood, had observed a dark Z car with California license plates parked in an alley next to the school. The driver was described by Mr. Hall as having long, unkempt hair and a beard and mustache. Because the driver seemed out of place, Mr. Hall wrote down the vehicle's license plate. After learning of Vicki Lynn's disappearance, Mr. Hall contacted the police, who traced the vehicle's California registration to Mr. Atwood. At that time, Mr. Atwood had recently been paroled from prison following a 1981 California conviction for kidnapping an 8-year-old boy. Mr. Atwood had also been previously convicted in 1975 of lewd and lascivious conduct with a 14-year-old girl. On September 20th, 1984, 3 days after Vicki Lynn's disappearance, FBI agents learned that Mr. Atwood and a traveling companion, James McDonald, were at a Texas car repair shop. Both were arrested and the black Datsun 280Z was impounded. At trial, an FBI examiner testified that the pink paint found on the bumper of this vehicle matched Vicki Lynn's bicycle. James McDonald and another individual testified at trial that they had seen blood on Mr. Atwood's hands, clothes, and a knife the afternoon of September 17, 1984. And that Mr. Atwood had offered the explanation that he had stabbed a man who had tried to rip him off during the drug deal and then had taken the man's body out into the desert. Following Vicki Lynn's disappearance, numerous individuals reported seeing a dark Z car on September 17th and positively identified Mr. Atwood as the driver. Several said they saw Mr. Atwood in Vicki Lynn's neighborhood, and several witnesses testified that they saw Mr. Atwood driving with a small child in his vehicle. Other witnesses placed Mr. Atwood in the general vicinity of the site where the victim's remains were ultimately found. During the investigation, detectives also learned of Mr. Atwood's contact with Mr. Ernest Bernstein, a resident of Oklahoma and friend of Mr. Atwood's with whom he had been corresponding for several years. Portions of these letters were admitted at trial, including those portions in which Mr. Atwood admitted that he is attracted to children between the ages of 7 and 12 and expressed his fears of being arrested again. Mr. Bernstein also testified that during a phone conversation several months before the victim's disappearance, Mr. Atwood related to him that he planned to go pick up a child. Specifically, Mr. Bernstein testified, quote, "I told him that if he did that, the child would certainly go and tell someone. And he said this time he would make sure the child wouldn't talk," end quote. Mr. Atwood was convicted following a jury trial and was sentenced to death for first-degree murder, the first-degree murder of Vicki Lynn. He also received a concurrent life sentence for the kidnapping conviction. In a 232-page published opinion filed April 9, 1992, the Arizona Supreme Court affirmed the convictions and death sentence after considering at length Mr. Atwood's many legal challenges, including a challenge as to the sufficiency of the evidence presented at trial. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to counsel for Mr. Atwood, and I'm going to remind both counsel that during your presentations to please address all three requested forms of clemency: the commutation of sentence, the reprieve, and the pardon. All right, Mr. Lane.
Thank you. At the outset, I want to say that I understand that the victim's family is present, and I want them to understand right up front that nothing that will be said here today is designed in any way to be disrespectful or anything but cognizant and empathetic to the pain that they have felt for virtually 40 years. But given that, we are taking the position that an innocent man is seated before this board. And we have set forth in great detail in the clemency petition that has been provided to you, along with 500 pages of documents in the form of evidence, why we believe that Frank Atwood is an innocent man. And because there is an actual claim of innocence, what this board typically would look at is not going to be found here. Typically, having been through these kinds of hearings, I understand that remorse is a very serious concern for all of you. That's not going to happen here because Mr. Atwood is innocent. He cannot express remorse for an act that he did not commit. But at the same time, what this board looks at typically involves what has the time of incarceration been like for the person sitting before you. Have they benefited? Has society benefited? Has anyone benefited from years of incarceration? Because obviously this crime occurred in 1984. The man who sits in that cage right now is not the man that sat before the court in 1984. So even though we are alleging innocence, there have been many, many transformations, I would venture to say, among all of us in 40 years, including Mr. Atwood. So that's going to be part of this presentation as well. Not the least of which, and in fact, the most important transformation in Mr. Atwood's life over the last 40 years is witnessed by this board in the context of people seated in this audience. Obviously, there are a number of clergy here from the Greek Orthodox Church, which has been an incredibly important part, the most important part, aside from his wife, Rachel Atwood, who's seated in the front row, in transforming Mr. Atwood, who, by his own admissions, was a criminal. He has a long record of previous offenses. He's done time for previous offenses. And he has fully embraced and admitted the wrongs that he has committed in the past as part of his spiritual transformation. He goes by the name of Anthony, so you're going to hear him referred to as Anthony in the Greek Orthodox Church by witnesses who are going to testify here today. But decades ago, this is not a facing the death's door conversion that sometimes you may see where somebody suddenly finds Jesus and is begging this board for mercy. This has been decades long in the transformation of Mr. Atwood. And he is an entirely different person than the person who stood before the court 40 years ago. So those are the two themes that are going to be part of this presentation today. One is Frank Atwood's spiritual and life-changing transformations over the last 40 years, as well as highlighting the evidence that we've given you in the binders of his actual innocence. To begin this process, I would call on Father Filaret to come forward and testify, please.
And Father, and for each person who's going to be speaking today, if you could just state your full name first for the record, and then go ahead and make your comment.
My legal name is Michael Johnson. So, good morning, honorable members of the board. My monastic name is Father Philadetos, and I came to St. Anthony's Greek Orthodox Monastery in 2002 to dedicate my life to our Lord Jesus Christ. And in 2005, I was tonsured a monk, and in 2015, I was ordained a priest by the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. I first came to...
Father,
Yes.
Let's have Mr. Lane check your microphone to make sure that it's on, because we're having a little bit of trouble picking you up.
Testing, 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 testing.
And Elisa, do you want to come check it, or does someone want to come check it?
I'm not hearing any difference when it's
Yeah.
in either position.
Is it that he needs to be closer to the microphone?
There you go. There you go.
And just try to speak up as much as you can.
Should I start with?
That would be fine if you would like to, just to make sure that the people who are watching the live stream are able to hear the entirety of your comments, sir.
Yes, my legal name is Michael Johnson, and my monastic name is Father Philaetos, which I received in 2005 when I was tonsured a monk. In 2015, I was ordained a priest by the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. I first came to know Frank Atwood in 2007, when I was given the monastic duty of corresponding with many of the prisoners nationwide who wrote and continue to write to us seeking spiritual guidance. I've always known him as Anthony, the name that he received at his baptism, and will henceforth refer to him by that name. Being that I was a young man and a young monk at the time, and had not yet faced many trials in life, I would say that our correspondence was more edifying for me than for him. Anthony would narrate to me his trials and afflictions that he suffered in prison, probably the highly censored version, if he was conscientious of my virgin years. And these narrations were always paired with hope for improvements within the prison system and hope for himself as he struggled to improve his character. His signature phrase at the end of each letter was a supplication that through these afflictions, God was purifying his soul, or that God was purifying both his soul and the soul of his beloved wife Rachel, who suffered spiritually together with him outside of prison. As Christians, and especially as Orthodox Christians, we understand from our Lord Jesus Christ and from his holy apostles and the saints throughout the centuries that the path to salvation is the path of the cross. To follow Christ means to take up our cross, to sincerely repent, and to endure with patience and thanksgiving whatever afflictions may come. With time, Anthony came to understand this path set before him by God, and trusting in his holy providence, accepted his afflictions as a purifying fire for the refinement of his soul. Anthony would be the first to admit that had God not allowed him to be incarcerated and converted to a life of repentance, he would have long ago lost his soul. As monks, we leave everything, parents, siblings, friends, extended family, our jobs, and worldly pursuits, in order to fully dedicate our lives to Christ. We struggle to have love for all and to pray for all, yet we have no longer particular friendships. However, this was not the case for me and my relationship with Anthony. Over the years, we became true friends. I often tell myself thinking about him and praying for him, wondering what he was doing at certain times of the day. For example, during meals, when I found myself enjoying a fresh orange or a grapefruit, I would be thinking how many years it had been since Anthony had eaten fresh fruit. And in the middle of the night, when raising for prayer, I would step out on the balcony and see the lights of the prison. I would remember our co-struggler there also praying, keeping vigil in the night. Our correspondence continued through the years. Our monastery mailed him hundreds of religious books, religious calendars, cassette tapes with Orthodox chanting, and even one of our manuscripts for him to edit for future publication. He, in turn, mailed me religious poetry that he wrote and many Orthodox icons of Christ and the saints that he drew by hand, some of which have hung on the wall of my room for over a decade now. Eventually, I received a blessing from our abbot, Father Paisos, and the approval from the Arizona Department of Corrections to start visiting Anthony in prison. During our visits, he continued to enrich my spiritual life as I beheld a man afflicted on all sides, but not bitter toward anyone. Yes, out of human weakness, he got angry at others from time to time, but he always repented wholeheartedly for these outbursts of anger and acknowledged the root of the problem stemming from his pride. There, meeting with him face to face, our friendship grew. Sometimes we spoke of worldly topics, but mainly we spoke of the spiritual life. I'm quite certain that Anthony has read 10 times as many Christian books tonight, and thus our meetings allow me to learn more about church history and the lives of the saints and their teachings. I also had the opportunity many times to join his wife Rachel there to visit Anthony together. On such visits, I bore witness to their most holy union in Christ. Only God knows what they endured together for almost 38 years and the purity of their relationship. These blessed memories together with them were seasoned both with tears and joyfulness. Other times I visited Anthony with monks who came from Greece, and I would stand in as the translator. These seasoned monks, some of whom were even abbots of large monasteries, wanted to meet him and encourage him in his faith and patient endurance through all his afflictions. I last visited Anthony together with Rachel on May 13th, just 11 days ago. And this will be an ever memorable encounter with him, as he was completely at peace with God. He said that whatever God decides now, may it be for the salvation of many, whether or not they love him or hate him. Anthony wasn't thinking about himself anymore, but what is best for the salvation of others. He said that he doesn't want his execution or pardon to become a stumbling block for others. His selflessness and desire for the salvation of his enemies is a gift from God and an emulation of our Lord Jesus Christ himself. Our Lord Jesus Christ was nailed on the cross, and yet he prayed to God, the Father, to forgive his crucifiers, saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Likewise, St. Stephen, the first martyr, as we read in the Acts of the Apostles, prayed while he was being stoned, Lord, lay not this sin to their charge. And through the centuries, we see many saints who were persecuted unjustly. St. John Chrysostom, St. Theodore the Studite, St. Andrew the Fool for Christ, St. Macarius of Aegina, to name a few. Yet they were not overcome by the passion of bitterness, but instead prayed for their persecutors. At this point, I no longer worry about Anthony, and I no longer ask myself the question, is he ready to leave this life or not? I'm confident now that he is ready. However, he has touched so many lives that we cannot let him go so easily. That is why we have all gathered here today to witness to his holy transfiguration in prison and to supplicate clemency for his life. Like Anthony, we who support him, we hold no bitterness towards those who hate him and seek his execution. We sympathize with Vickyman's mother Debbie and for all of her family. And we sincerely pray for their consolation and that they will also make their peace with God. I thank the honorable members of the Board of Executive Clemency for taking the time to hear and consider our supplication of mercy for the life of our friend and brother in Christ, Anthony Apple.
All right, thank you. Your next speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez and the other members of the board. My name is Sam Hoystra. I'm one of Frank Atwood's attorneys. I, of the current members of the team, which includes the three attorneys here today, and a fourth member, Amy Knight, who couldn't be here because we have an oral argument going on this minute in the Ninth Circuit. I've actually been on the legal team the longest of us, which goes back all 3 years. And so I've known Frank as he is today, which is someone who is a deep thinker, or a passionate inquirer, good sense of humor, and someone who's very passionate about his faith. But one thing that I have really struck me is I've gotten to talk with people who've known Frank for much longer than I have, for years and decades. So I'm thinking about his spiritual community, his wife of more than 30 years, Rachel, who we'll hear from shortly, and from other members of the defense team. And what I'm struck by, everybody that has known Frank for a long period of time remarks upon what a incredible transformation they have seen in him over the years. As you mentioned earlier in the summary of the offense, Mr. Atwood did have a criminal history. As a young man, he was involved in drug culture, counterculture in California, and that really, in his early life, really defined who he was. And I think that's something Frank is open about and is honest about. One thing that I hear from so many people that have known him, though, is that over the last 40 years, there's really been a remarkable transformation in who he is. And the core of that has been spiritual. After Frank met his wife, Rachel, following his trial, Frank was raised in the Episcopal Church. He was brought away from the faith. Rachel eventually led him back to the church. And he sort of rediscovered his Christian faith during the early periods of their marriage in the early 1990s. After that, Frank, being Frank, is a searcher, and he began studying Orthodox Christianity. He actually wrote to a bishop on the island of Cyprus, who we have a letter from, which we'll hear shortly, inquiring about the Greek Orthodox faith that he studied it. And that led him eventually, through years of study, and a referral to St. Anthony's Monastery, which is located just a few miles from here, outside of Florence. As Providence would have it, they're one of the largest Greek Orthodox communities, faith communities in the country, is right here in Florence, Arizona. And Frank began to meet with the clergy there, including his spiritual advisor of now 22 years, Father Paisios. Culminating in 2000, he was baptized into the Greek Orthodox faith. And over the last 22 years, that has been one of, if not the defining parts of his everyday life, is studying and growing deeper and deeper into his faith. People that have known him over that time have remarked upon that to me time and again, seeing him transform from someone who was angry and misdirected, someone who's now very calm and centered and focused on his love for the Savior and for who's really devoted his life to Christ. As a testament to that, we have a letter from a man named Reverend John Smith. Reverend Smith was formerly the rector of St. Michael and All Angels Episcopal Church in Tucson, and has known Frank for, almost 35 years now. And Reverend Smith is elderly and is in poor health, and he lives across the country, so he was not able to be here today, but he asked if we could read a statement to the record on his behalf, so I'd like to do that now. Again, this is Reverend John Smith. He writes, in 1988, at the request of his parents, Elise and John Atwood, I began to visit their son, Frank Jarvis Atwood. For over 33 years, I visited Frank once a month. And since moving out of the area, the last 5 years, once a year, I officiated at the burial of both of Frank's parents. When I first began to visit Frank, he was very hardened by his life of crime and his system. He constantly was in conflict with the guards and wrote complaints against them. About a year after I began visiting, Frank married Rachel Tinney. Rachel belonged to a small fundamentalist church and shared sermon tapes with Frank on a regular basis. It seemed to me those tapes did not help expand their love of Christ toward others. Frank spent his time studying towards degrees in English. He received a master's degree in English. Frank wrote articles and worked on writing a book. He wrote to the Greek Orthodox monastery in Florence with a growing interest in Orthodoxy. The leadership of the monastery responded, helped answer Frank's questions, and eventually he was baptized as an Orthodox Christian, taking the name Anthony. Not long after, Rachel took instruction in the Antiochian Orthodox Church and was also baptized. Frank had grown up in the Episcopal Church and had even served at the altar. I had seen pictures of him in the cassock and surplice of an acolyte. Having witnessed Frank's sojourn with Rachel in the strict fundamentalism, I was very happy for them when they found orthodoxy and developed a love for the divine liturgy and learned to keep feasts and other important ways of Orthodox life. I was happy to see their love grow. I witnessed over the years a sincere and ever deeper conversion to Christ on Frank's part. Many inmates claim conversion to Christ while incarcerated. In Frank's case, what convinced me of the sincerity of his conversion was his ability to forgive others and ask for forgiveness himself. Frank, who always tried to appear, and probably was, a tough guy, began to soften in a good way. After his conversion to Orthodoxy, he began to receive regular spiritual direction and sacramental ministry from a priest of the monastery. In recent years, Frank took a deacon's course in theology and wrote with Rachel a book about their love and conversion to Greek Orthodoxy. Frank and I talked about many things over the years: faith, life in prison, and mainly sports. At a certain point, I began to join Rachel on visits to Frank. However, before those visits began, I remember one discussion clearly. I was visiting with Frank alone, and I brought up this case, and Frank looked me in the eye and said, "I deserve every bit of time I'm serving for the crimes I've committed, but I didn't kill that little girl." I understand that many inmates claim they are innocent of the crime for which they were convicted, and Frank's words to me that day might be like the words of all the other inmates. In that moment, I thought there was a spirit of truth in his words. He had burgled houses, run drugs, intimidated others, and he deserved to be punished for those crimes, but he didn't kill the little girl. Frank J. Atwood has been on death row for most of his life. As I understand the evidence in Frank's case, there's a lot of room for honest doubt concerning his true guilt. If you believe, as I do, that Frank didn't kill the little girl, I hope his sentence might be changed to life in prison with the possibility of parole, or time served as punishment. But if you don't believe Frank's claim to innocence for the crime of murder, then I humbly ask the Clemency Board to commute his sentence to life in prison. I pray that the board be like Solomon in their judgment. Two women claim the same baby. The real mother was willing to give up her child so that the child might live. The false mother demanded that the child be killed and divided into two parts. Solomon's judgment was in favor of the life of the child, and discerned that a woman who was willing to sacrifice the child's life could never be the birth mother of that child. This is from Reverend Smith. One thing that he talks about in that statement is Frank's education. That is something he has tirelessly pursued. He's written a number of books over the years. Well, before that, I should say he's pursued his education through universities. He's obtained associate, bachelor's, and master's degrees. A couple of years ago, he culminated receiving a doctor in theology degree from a university offering correspondence courses. Frank has also written extensively about his faith. Both works about church history and theology. There's a large stack of his books there. Here are two of them as well. They've been translated into a number of languages. Into Greek, I believe some of his books are being translated to Romanian currently. Frank's sincerity and the depth of his faith, I think you can see it written in the word. The other thing that Reverend Smith mentioned, I think is an important part of Frank's story, is his marriage to Rachel Atwood. As Reverend Smith mentioned, they also wrote a book together. It's sort of a shared biography and a story of their faith together. Rachel helped lead Frank back into Christianity. And then about 20 years ago, Frank helped lead Rachel into Orthodoxy. So Frank was baptized as Anthony into the Greek Orthodox Church. And then I believe 6 or 7 years later, Rachel, at Frank's gentle encouragement, herself was baptized into Orthodoxy under the name Sarah. That really is the cornerstone of their relationship now, a marriage that's lasted more than 30 years of love and support and spiritual growth. And Rachel is here today, and she has some words she would like to share, so I would like to turn it over to her right now.
We will have some questions for you, Mr. Christo. Would you prefer that we hear from all of your speakers and then ask our questions of council?
Let's go ahead and have questions or fine now. I think that's fine.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think that's a good way to do it. So let me just make sure my microphone is on. All right. So my first question for you, Mr. Christo, and then we'll pass the microphone around and other board members may have questions. I understand that you are claiming and asserting on Mr. Atwood's behalf that he's innocent, and that you're pursuing that not only as an argument here today before the board, but also you're pursuing it in the federal court. How do you explain the similarities between what happened to Vicki Lynn, a little girl who was taken while riding her bicycle, absconded or secreted away to another place where she was molested and then killed, and Mr. Atwood's 1981 conviction that he was on parole for at the time that he was arrested in the Vicki Lynn case, where he took a child, a 7 or 8 year old little boy who was riding his bicycle, took him to a secluded place, molested him, and threatened to kill him if he told anyone. How do you explain those similarities?
Thanks for asking. I will say that we have planned later on for a greater, more detailed discussion of evidence of innocence. I'm happy to answer this question now, certainly. Mr. Atwood's prior, there's a reason Mr. Atwood was a suspect in this case. That's not something that, we don't deny. Mr. Atwood, witnesses placed him in the area before this crime happened. That's something that we have never denied. Mr. Atwood has never denied that he was in the area. Mr. Atwood's prior criminal history was ultimately the reason that he was made a suspect and was arrested in this case. I think we all understand that. I think, our intention is not to, minimize that connection, that inference of a strong by the state. I think what we would point to rather is the voluminous other evidence that shows notwithstanding that coincidence, the state's theory of how Mr. Atwood supposedly committed this crime does not hold water. I would not attempt to distinguish that earlier offense. Well, one way I'll distinguish is that Mr. Atwood is very honest about his criminal history. You'll hear from his confessor and other members of the spiritual community the degree to which he is honest about his past transgressions. And he is honest about that offense. He's honest about other mistakes he's made, serious mistakes he's made in his life. He has always maintained his innocence, however, of this crime. I think that's important to keep in mind. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm happy to.
Let me just jump in. This is sort of informal, and so we're going to just tag team a little bit.
Sure.
I agree with what Mr. Quester was saying. And it's ironic because we were talking about that very thing on the way up here to this hearing. And I said, I've been a lawyer for 42 years. I don't believe in coincidences. I know 3 of you were former police officers. You probably don't believe in coincidences either. Although intellectually, we all know as people, there are such things as coincidences. And if you've read the submission in our clemency petition, you are well aware of all of the evidence pointing to Annette Freeze and her son Todd as being the perpetrators here. And it's irrefutable evidence that Annette Freeze also grabs kids and has molested children. What are the odds of two people with that same proclivity being in the same place approximately at the same time? The odds probably, I mean, I've never considered it really, but I mean, those odds are pretty astronomical, but we know with a 100% degree of certainty that that was the fact. They were both in proximity to where Vicki Lynn was kidnapped. There is no explanation other than coincidence. And that is why Frank Atwood is here, because of his prior record. That is the reason. But when you look at all of the other evidence, you have to say, the credible evidence points to another perpetrator. And we'll get into that in detail.
Didn't the jury have that evidence and reject it?
The jury had some of that evidence. They did not have all of the evidence that we've been able to present to you. And we will get into that. You know, I mean, I don't know, I know you are a lawyer. I don't believe anyone else is. And just yesterday, we saw an Arizona case out of the U.S. Supreme Court limiting the role of courts in making inquiries into actual innocence after the jury has spoken. That, I submit to you, is the reason that you're here. You are the last line of defense. You are the fail-safe when the federal courts won't look at evidence of innocence. You're here, and you can consider anything and everything. The federal courts can't. So we will get into all those facts and circumstances very shortly. But that's a huge question, and I don't blame you for asking it, because we've been asking it, and that is the answer.
Should we reserve questions about the crime itself until after you've presented more of what you intend to present with respect to this evidence?
That would be fine, you know, but it's you are ultimately the people that have to make this decision. So whatever aids you in making your decision, if you want to ask questions in the middle of something, do it. You know, otherwise we'll wait, whatever you all want to do.
Okay, well, I have another question. How do you explain the pink paint that was matched to the Ewan's bicycle that was found on Mr. Atwood's car?
At the trial, there was a great controversy over the bumper that was on this car.
And we've read the trial transcript.
Okay, and I'm sure you've read our submission as well.
Yes.
There was no microscopic, there was no chemical testing done on the paint that could match it with the bike. There was also testimony that the underside of Mr. Atwood's car had scratch marks that looked consistent with having the bike been run over. But physical evidence showed the bike was never run over. The bike was not damaged. And had his car run over it, the marks underneath his car would have damaged the bike, but the bike wasn't damaged. Therefore, the car never ran over the bike.
And I don't agree with you that that was the testimony, that the bicycle was run over. My recollection from reading the trial transcript was that the belief was that the bike was hit and wedged underneath the car, but not completely.
Right, no, that's what I meant. I mean.
Well, run over is very different than.
No, I'm sorry, I misspoke on the run over. But I'll let Mr. Crease.
We're in an awkward position because the nature of the case, we're at the kind of segment. Who knows what.
And it's fine to switch off.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the paint evidence, the first, you are correct that the expert witness testified with the state saying that the pink paint from the bicycle corresponded with the pink paint found on Mr. Atwood's car. An expert for the defense testified that they were not a match. A second expert was proffered by the defense, was not allowed to testify. And in his offer of proof, he reached the same conclusion: these paints are not a chemical match. One thing that the state's expert, James Corby, admitted on the stand is that visually inspecting the small smear of pink paint on the bumper, there was a layer of blue paint that was on top of the pink paint, which means the blue paint was laid down sometime after the pink paint. So for the pink paint that was found on the bumper to have been from the victim's bicycle, Mr. Atwood, in the 72-hour period between the girl's disappearance and his arrest, would have had to hit a blue object in the exact same spot on his car. When I say exact same spot, the section of paint we're talking about is a pencil line. It's very small. So he would have had to strike a second object blue in the exact same location during a 72-hour period. That seems unlikely. What makes it even more unlikely is that her testimony, Mr. Atwood's car was a used car. He bought it earlier that year, 1984. It was previously owned by a man named Joseph Kay, who was an investigator for the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office. And what Mr. Kay testified to at trial was that in the month before he sold the car in early 1984, he had been in an accident with a blue, I believe it was a blue Toyota, that he had not bothered to get that damage fixed before he sold the car. So there's an overlay of blue paint on top of the pink paint, which suggests that the pink paint had been laid down for the blue paint. We know, I think we have a reasonable inference that blue paint was laid down sometime when the car was owned by a previous vehicle, which suggests to me at least that the pink paint has some origin other than bike, which is confirmed by Mr. Atwood's own experts, who said that that paint was not a chemical match based upon the testing that was done by the FBI. Regarding the gravel pan, the testimony was that, regarding the damage to the bike, the theory was that the bike was struck. However, to David's point earlier, there actually was a suggestion that the car drove over the bike. The state called an accident reconstructionist who looked at the oil pan, I believe, or the gravel pan underneath the car, and so there was damage in the pan that suggested it came from the pedals on one of the bikes, that the car had driven over the bicycle and damaged the undercarriage of the car in that respect. Again, we have a battle of the experts. Mr. Atwood's own expert looked at that evidence and said, I don't see that being a match. It's still an accident reconstructionist. That version is, I think, confirmed by witnesses on the scene. Lay witnesses who found the bike after the girl disappeared said they didn't notice any damage on the bicycle because it was an accident. And a sheriff's deputy who was in the road accident, who's a specialist in responding to road accidents, said he did not visually see any damage on the bike or in the road area, suggesting a collision between a bicycle and a car. So you are correct to bring up the pink paint evidence, but in totality, as it is presented in the statement of facts that you read, as I'm sure the Attorney General will present it, and this evidence is conclusive, right? This is what the evidence shows. That is their narrative. If you actually scrutinize the evidence, everything in this case is highly contested. Everything in this case is highly circumstantial. And you can point to things that point to Mr. Atwood. You can point to evidence that points in the opposite direction. And that is woven throughout this case. So the pink paint thing, I think, is a microcosm of this wider theme in the case. And we'll be getting into more detail of that later. But I hope does that answer your question regarding the pink paint?
It does. Let me see if any of my fellow board members have any questions at this time. Mr. Quinones?
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Mr. Koistra.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Atwood has claimed innocence for the murder of Vicki Lynn Hoskinson for over 35 years, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Still, based on review, it seems that he has the hallmarks of a violent sex offender, specifically a power-assertive, antisocial child rapist. Over the last 37 years of incarceration, do you know what efforts he has made to seek treatment or manage his behavioral disorders? Thank you.
I do not know the specifics of the programming Mr. Atwood has completed. I think that's one of the, unfortunate things about us coming into the case a little bit later in the process. I know that at Browning Unit, where Mr. Atwood's been housed, that's Long State House, Death Row at Browning, the programming options are limited. I know they don't prioritize lifers for a lot of programming. They certainly don't prioritize steps to make for that. So to that, I would say I'm not certain, but I do know that programming available to him has been limited. What I will say though is that even if he does not have access to formal programming, his spiritual development is remarkable. The changes that has been seen in him by his spiritual advisors, the way his faith has helped him grow compassion and love and patience for others, for him to look inward and find ways to purify his own soul, to become a stronger Christian. That is, to me, the defining aspect of who Frank is today. So even if he's not been afforded opportunities for programming, I think, you know, and I think Frank will be the first to admit, as a fallen human being, he still has times when he gets impatient. He still has times when he's not his best self, where he doesn't stimulate Christ as he strives to. You know, to the extent he's able to, he has tried to change himself through his faith. I think with speakers who can speak to that as well. So we hear about.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Do you
sir.
have a question? Mr. Frank, any questions? Okay,
All right,
there are no
yeah.
additional questions at this time.
Thank you. So I think right now we'd like to have Rachel to speak about her relationship with Frank, their marriage and their faith.
I am Rachel Atwood, the wife of Frank Atwood. I met Frank through a letter I sent him in June of 1987, and I remember the hysteria surrounding the case and the media saturation of apparent detail. Through a set of providential circumstances, I was able to watch the trial and see Frank Atwood convicted and sentenced to death. After the trial was over, I knew in my heart that Frank was innocent and that they had arrested the wrong person, the convenient person. I have been a Christian all my life, and from a young age have shared my faith with others. And at the time of Frank's trial, I was a non-denominational Christian. After Frank was sentenced to death row, I kept thinking, this guy does not know God, maybe I should write to him. This went on for several days as I was very hesitant to write the letter. Eventually I did, and we began to correspond. He told me that he was into the occult and astrology, but was open to dialogue about God. I soon learned that he was raised in the Episcopal Church and was an altar boy, and I knew he had a great upbringing by wonderful parents, but had fallen away from the church as a teen. I began to visit Frank in 1987, and Frank began to show more interest in Christianity. Sorry. He told me the life he had been leading for many years had brought him nothing but turmoil. As time went on, Frank saw the path he was on spiritually was not going to lead him to salvation or give him any peace. He, quote unquote, believed in Christ in January of 1988. I didn't doubt his sincerity as he had me burn several $100s worth of books, of occult books. And I soon began to see him change and want to become a productive citizen from a death row cell. Frank asked me to marry him in 1988, but I wasn't ready. I knew that if it was God's will for me to marry him, that God would show me. Frank wrote a love-felt letter to my father and asked to marry me. And my dad gave his blessing in 1991, and we were married. I have never regretted this decision. Frank enrolled in college and over many years obtained several degrees, the most recent being a doctorate in theology. He has written over 5 books, of which one is our autobiography, and he would write out all of his work on paper, handwrite it out, send it to me, and I would type it. That was a joy for me to share in this endeavor with him. In 1998, Frank discovered the Orthodox Church. He contacted Metropolitan Athanasios and he put Frank in touch with Father Paisios, the abbot of St. Anthony's Greek Orthodox Monastery. In 2000, Father Paisios baptized Frank into the Holy Orthodox Church. Frank very patiently led me into the Orthodox Church, of which I will be eternally grateful. Metropolitan Athanasios has always told us to be brave and trust God. My husband has always reminded me of this when I have been struggling. Frank has been my emotional and spiritual support, and I love him with all my heart. He has accomplished so much on death row under very adverse conditions. He has counseled others on the Orthodox faith. His parents were able to pass into eternity knowing their son had returned to the church and have become the loving son that they could be proud of. Frank and I know that had he not been wrongfully convicted, that none of this would have happened. God gave Frank this opportunity by having him sit to death row for something he did not do, to become an Orthodox Christian, a loving son and husband. I love my husband with all my heart. And I ask the board to see the man I have loved for 35 years and recommend to becoming Clemency. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Atwood, if you could wait, let me just ask if there are any questions.
Sure.
Are there any questions from the board for Rachel Atwood?
I have a question.
Okay. So it's on. Thank you, Leslie.
Yes, Ms. Atwood, I believe it was recently, Frank received a ticket for an attempt escape, and he was having a conversation with you in reference traveling to a medical care facility, physical therapy, and they were discussing traffic patterns and things of that nature.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, was there an escape attempt? Was there, what was going on?
Absolutely not.
What was
And
going on
no
there?
charges were ever made, nobody ever talked to me. Absolutely not. I weigh 100 pounds, he's in a wheelchair, how am I gonna pull that off?
Well, it would be a plan.
Well, no, there wasn't, and you can speak to any of the officers in Browning Unit, and they all know that Rachel Atwood has always been respectful. I've never had problems with any of the officers, and when my husband has been wrong, I have told him so. I mean, no, there was no escape plan, never. I would not sacrifice our contact visits that we had to do that. No.
So, as his wife, do you provide him money on a monthly basis?
Of course.
Support?
Yes.
What does that entail? I mean, I don't know.
How much?
Yeah,
I
roughly.
sent him about $265 a month. When his parents passed, I told him I would take care of him. And I do.
And he uses that money for,
To buy food, because we're Orthodox, we fast a lot, which means we don't eat meat or dairy on certain days. And so, he's able to buy food that he's able to eat on those days. I mean, during Great Lent, we fast for 50 days.
and the books, does that provide any type of income?
No, I don't believe so, no. I mean, I don't get any money from them, no. Mm-mm. I mean, maybe a little bit from a couple of them, but no. No,
And how often do you visit him?
every week,
Every week?
2 hours,
Very good. Thank you.
for 35 years.
Any other questions? All right. Make sure that you talk that's close to the microphone. It's already on.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Ms. Atwood, you
Yes.
said that he gave you some code books to destroy.
Yes.
Can you tell me what type of books they were?
Oh, they were just books about the occult and astrology. He was really into all that. And, I told him I was just gonna take him to the used bookstore. And he said, no, I don't want anybody else to get their hands on these. I want them burned. And so my dad helped me burn them. And there was hundreds of dollars of them.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Any other questions from any board members for Rachel Atwood? All right, thank you. We appreciate you being here today. You may be seated. All right. And your next speaker, Mr. Lane?
our next speaker, in support of Mr. Atwood is going to be, Father Pythios, who is the abbot at the St. Anthony's Greek Orthodox Monastery here in Florence, and who has known Frank for, as a spiritual advisor and professor for more than 2 decades. So Father Pythios.
If you could please state your full name before you make your comment. Thank you.
My name is Father Pythios, a priest, monk, and abbot of St. Anthony's Monastery. And honorable members of the board, I have been a minister of record, confessor for Frank, now Anthony Atwood. I was tonsure monk in the monastic republic of Mount Athos in Greece in 1983, and ordained a priest 8 years later. From that time, throughout my 27 years as abbot of St. Anthony's Monastery, Greek Orthodox Monastery here in Florence, I have heard the confessions of over 120,000 people from all walks of life, many of whom were guilty of serious crimes. I acquired over long years of daily practice the requisite discernment to assess sincerity and quality of repentance of those who confess them. Having spent close to 23 years confessing Anthony and delving into the innermost recesses of psychological character, I can unequivocally state that sincere repentance for the non-capital crimes he committed in his youth brought about one of the deepest conversions I've ever witnessed in the 40 years I've been working in my field. The details regarding this complete change of life are nothing short of an extraordinary example of the help and mercy of our Lord. When I first met Anthony, my immediate initial impression, as it later related to the then senior chaplain Sabat, was that Frank was certainly not the type of person who would commit a horrendous crime of murdering an innocent 8-year-old girl. In my service ministering to Frank every other week over the course of the past 2 decades, interrupted only by the visitation restrictions at the island complex due to the coronavirus pandemic, my initial impression exponentially grew into the certainty that Anthony had, by the help of God, experienced a complete transformation of life. Such an unmistakable conversion cannot be feigned for 2 decades without it being openly apparent to a trained confessor. Anthony had, by the help of God, experienced a complete transformation of life. Such an unmistakable conversion cannot be feigned. Having been catechized by other Orthodox clergy before our initial meeting, Anthony asked me to baptize him in the Orthodox Church, and I can attest that I was in the unique position of verifying Anthony's preparedness to enter the church, and I was witnessing the authenticity of his faith to a degree that I have rarely found in the hundreds of individuals who have come to me over the years seeking baptism. I baptized Anthony, giving him, as customary, a new baptismal name. As the Apostle Paul writes, and the church teaches, Frank died and was buried with Christ in baptism, and the Lord hath forgiven him all trespasses. And a new man, Anthony, emerged from the sacrament. For the next 2 decades, Anthony unfailingly followed my instructions and advice as I directed him along the path of a spiritual and moral life lived for God and neighbor. He followed a daily rule of prayer consisting of reading of the Holy Scriptures, recitation of service of the church, matins, vespers, compline hours, and praying the Jesus prayer all along with frustrations. All in all, an exceptionally comprehensive prayer life for a layman. He also was instrumental in helping his beloved wife Rachel in coming to the Orthodox faith and closer to Christ. Frank's case was one of the most highly publicized and therefore biased murder trials in U.S. history. It was the first gavel-to-gavel televised trial in Arizona history. As a result, it has been characterized as a vile, merciless murder by the media circus. While in death row, he was subjected to severe persecution, suffering numerous beatings, death threats, verbal abuse from his fellow inmates and others for decades. Of great significance in demonstrating his sincerity to live according to God, it must be noted that when Anthony would occasionally lose his patience and react to such outlandish treatment, lashing out with harsh words against those provoking and tormenting him, he would confess to me with sincere repentance and with words of remorse. And whenever he spoke harshly to the prison guards, he would humbly apologize to them, making no excuse for his behavior, but always casting blame on himself. He often grieved over presenting a bad example to the other inmates in his prison block who overheard his angry words. And he especially felt ashamed that speaking in anger reflected poorly on the church that he loved so dearly. My discerning impressions and affectionate memories of Anthony have been formed over decades of intimate knowledge of his spirit, or in secular terms we might call his psychological character. The Orthodox spiritual life centers on the sacraments of the church, one of which is that of Holy Confession. As Anthony's confessor, I was privileged to come to know a side of Anthony, or rather the hidden recesses of a man who has plumbed the depths of repentance and by the grace of God emerged victorious in his life as an Orthodox Christian. Anthony Atwood, by virtue of his complete change of life dedicated to God, is one of the most well-prepared human beings on earth for the hour of death. But his death must not come unjustly at the hand of a rash system of justice, but rather it must be left in the hands of God to decide the day and the hour. This is each and every individual's right for every citizen of our country. It is for this reason that I come before you to bear witness to the board in order to urge you to recommend that the governor grant clemency to Mr. Atwood. In closing, I would very much like to express the members of the family of Vicky and Hoskinson, who are present here today and who for the last 40 years have suffered so much over the tragic loss of their daughter, that our hearts go out to them all. And we want to reassure them that all that we too ardently desire, as much as they do, for justice to prevail. We pray, and we will continue to pray, that the perpetrators of this heinous crime will be brought to justice, and so that we all might find peace and closure. On behalf of the Brotherhood of Families Monastery, I thank you for your time.
Any questions for Father Paiso?
I have a question.
All right, Mr. Franny, and it's turned on.
Thank you. Father, I realize that you probably can't discuss a confession, but isn't a confession when you discuss the crimes that you committed? So if he claims that he's innocent, did he discuss this incident?
Which incident?
The murder.
We discussed, yes, we did talk about it, and he explained his comment on the fact that he never did this, he was innocent. This never happened. He happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, but definitely, like I said, I'm quite experienced in knowing when the person is lying, or they're trying to hide something.
So, the other thing is, you know, he's got discipline here in recent years, and some of that is, we talk about him making a mistake or losing his temper, but some of the stuff's pretty vile. He's spitting, he attempted to stab guards with a pen that's fallen on him, exposing himself. I mean, doesn't sound like somebody that is taking Christ into their heart.
I don't know of all those instances, but for those I do know, and some of those, if they are correct, he truly repented for them. And it's not what we do in a moment of rashness, of being under the circumstances in jail for life on death row. People can react that way. But what really counts is how quickly you repent, comes to the sense that this is wrong, shouldn't have been done. It was an act that out of his control for that moment. But what counts, like I said, is repentance, and that's what God sees in us. We turn to God, He wants to see repentance. That's what He accepts us.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right, any questions from any fellow board members? All right, Father, thank you for your testimony today. I just want to ask both counsel, when you have speakers at the podium who are making statements related to the victims and expressing empathy for the victims, that they direct all of those comments to the board and don't look back at the victims. Victims also have constitutional rights that attach to the hearing. And just out of respect for the victims, please, anyone who is speaking, including counsel, direct all of your comments to the board and keep your eyes forward on the board and do not look at the victim. All right, thank you, everyone. And your next speaker, and Mr. Lane and Mr. Clayster, just so you're aware, it is 10:11. We're going to be taking our morning break at around 10:30. Okay. So if you could plan accordingly. Did you have another speaker that you wanted to call?
I think I'm going to speak briefly. I think about 20 minutes should be about right time.
Okay, I think that will work. Identify yourself again for the record.
Certainly. So again, I am Sam Koistra. I am Mr. Atwood's attorney, one of them. So at the start of this hearing, Chair Mendez read a summary of the events, and that is the state's case against Mr. Atwood. As I understand it, the state's theory of this crime is that Mr. Atwood was in northwest Tucson, an area where Vicki Lynn disappeared from, that he hit the victim's bike with his car, kidnapped her, transported her from the area of Rudy Casito in northwest Tucson to a desert area several miles to the north off of Ida Road, either along the way or there, committed the murder, left, and returned from that location on Ida Road south back almost into downtown Tucson to Danza Park, where he was seen by witnesses. That is the theory of what happened on December 17th. What is problematic for the state, this theory of the case, is that it does not really stand up to scrutiny. And I'd like to go through a few items that demonstrate that. The first is just the time it would take to that sequence of events to have occurred. At trial, a detective with the Pima County Sheriff's Department testified that he retraced roughly that route, and it took him a full hour to hit all of those stops in that sequence of driving. An hour is probably on the short end that would take. At the time this occurred, it was in roughly rush hour on a Monday when this crime took place, and Mr. Atwood allegedly did this. The detective was retracing it at noon on a weekday. At the time that this went on, there was road construction along that route, which was not there when the detective retraced the steps. But we'll say an hour is the rough estimate that the detective came up with for how long it would have taken that to occur. It would have been impossible for Mr. Atwood to have completed the crime in that hour that the state, we can generously get to the state's theory. The testimony was that Vicki Lynn left her home around 3:30 to leave her home, to ride her bike to the Circle K, mail a letter, and then return home. That letter was placed in the mail. It was received by its recipient. So we know that she at least left her house. She left her house at 3:30. She at least took time to get all the way to the Circle K to mail the letter and was on her way back when she disappeared. So we can say she left at 3:30, maybe 3:35 was the time that she disappeared, roughly. There are witnesses that can account for Mr. Atwood's location with specificity at 4:40. I should specify no later than 4:40 p.m. A witness. There was Mr. Atwood after he went to So there was a house that Mr. Atwood and his traveling companion went to off of Stone Avenue in Tucson. A man who worked at a car dealership near that house recalled that he drove from his workplace down the road past his house and back. And at 2 points, 20 minutes apart, he saw a black Datsun 280Z parked outside of his house where Mr. Atwood had gone, Tom Parisian. He said that those two sightings happened no later than 5 o'clock p.m. He also said he saw a man matching Mr. Atwood's description in the driver's seat of that car. Mr. Atwood was at his house. Two sightings 20 minutes apart, no later than 5 p.m. means Mr. Atwood was at this house no later than 4:40 p.m. So already we're at about an hour. Mr. Atwood, the theory though is that Mr. Atwood went straight to the house, is that Mr. Atwood went to Danza Park, picked up James McDonald, and then went to that house, right? That's the sequence of events. So Mr. Atwood was had to have committed this crime, returned to the park, and then driven to this house, which is several miles away from the park. The hour is getting narrower and narrower and narrower. Even if Mr. Atwood had gone straight to this house, that would have been about an hour. Frank, there's no reason to believe that Frank would have driven this route in a maximally efficient way. Mr. Atwood is not from Tucson. He's native to Los Angeles. I think he's been to Tucson maybe once or twice before, but has not spent much time in the city, and certainly had not spent time driving around in remote desert areas as far northwest side of town. So the idea that he would have chosen the most efficient route to go to these disparate points all over the city is not credible. The other thing that is a problem for the state's theory, this timeline, which is already extraordinarily tight, is that the medical examiner testified there was a substance called Advocare on the victim's remains when they were found in the desert. It's also called grave wax. Advocare only occurs when bones are exposed to a humid environment. In the weather conditions that were prevailing in Tucson at that time, the only way to get the requisite amount of humidity for Advocare to form would have been for the body to have been buried. It's virtually impossible that Mr. Atwood committed this crime on that timeline just without burying the body. There is no way he could have committed the crime, driven to the location, dug a grave, buried the body, and then done the rest of the circuit. So the timeline is incredible and does not add up. Other evidence pointing to Mr. Atwood's paint evidence, we've already discussed that at length, but despite it was contested, the presence of blue paint over the pink paint suggests the state's theory of where that paint came from. It does not hold. We discussed the accident reconstructionist, right, who testified to the damage to the gravel pan. Again, that evidence was contested, and witnesses at the scene did not see damage to the bike or on the scene that would suggest an accident between a car and a bike. The state's other evidence mentioned in the summary were and the state alleged in court. There's like 3 witnesses that saw Mr. Atwood in his car with a child. All 3 of these witnesses changed their story. In the initial reports made by all 3 witnesses, none of them gave the information that they would eventually testify to identify Mr. Atwood. One witness initially said that the car that she saw had a white license plate. Mr. Atwood's car had a blue and gold license plate. One witness who at trial said that he initially that he saw Mr. Atwood twice, once without a child in the car, the second time with a child in the car. Made no mention of a second sighting when he first talked to police. And when he mentioned the second sighting or seeing a child in the car, 6 or 7 months later, after Mr. Atwood had been arrested and had been identified as a suspect in the news. So all 3 of these witnesses that allegedly saw Mr. Atwood with the victim or a child in his car provided none of the evidence in their initial reports that they would eventually be used to point to Mr. Atwood. All of those statements were only made after Mr. Atwood was identified as a suspect and in custody. There's other evidence that points that suggests it was impossible that Mr. Atwood committed this crime. The state, after Mr. Atwood was arrested, his car was impounded in Texas. So he was headed east towards New Orleans, where his car broke down. He was arrested in Texas. The FBI impounded his car, processed everything on the inside of it. There was no blood evidence, there was no hairs, there were no fibers, there was 0 forensic evidence inside of the car, indicating that the victim had ever been inside of the car. The state tried to argue, and is still continuing to argue, that when Mr. Atwood returned to Danza Park, he was covered in blood. First of all, the first witness who saw him at Danza Park, James McDonald, testified that no, he actually didn't see any blood on Mr. Atwood's body at all. And frankly, if Mr. Atwood had dug a grave and was covered in blood, you'd think there would be some evidence of that somewhere inside of the car. But there was no trace of blood or anything else like that inside of the car. One other item, this actually was not in our submission. This is something that I wish had been, and if we are able to get it back to the court of this, I will be raising this court. There were witnesses that established after Vicki Lynn having missing, Mr. Atwood was seen immediately afterwards alone in his car. So at trial, a neighborhood boy named Dennis Scott testified that on the afternoon of September 17th, a little after 3:30, he and some other children were going to the Circle K at Wetmore and Romero, which is the same Circle K that Vicki Lynn had gone to mail her letter. On their way there, they saw Vicki Lynn's bike in the intersection of Route and Pasito. No Vicki Lynn, but they did see the bike in the location where it was initially. So presumably at that point, Vicki Lynn had already been abducted. They didn't think anything about it. They went on to the Circle K to buy some milk for one of their friends' moms to buy some milk. Another witness at that Circle K, a woman named Patricia Brown, testified at the trial that she saw those children who she knew from the neighborhood at the Circle K, so after the children had seen the bike. She then was leaving the parking lot of that Circle K and was stuck behind a car that was just not moving in the parking lot. So she drove around it. When she drove around it, it was a black Datsun 280Z. She looked inside and she saw Frank Atwood in that car alone, without anybody else in the car. So after this crime had taken place, after Vicki Lynn was abducted, we have a witness that saw Mr. Atwood in the parking lot of that Circle K alone in his car. There is no way that could have transpired. That, under the state's theory, that should not exist. Mr. Atwood should already have been booking it behind a road, because that is the only way that the state's timeline makes sense. Instead, we have the girl is already missing and Mr. Atwood is seen in the immediate aftermath without the girl in his car. So those, I think, are the key core problems with the state's case. We have extensive evidence pointing to other suspects, or another suspect other than Mr. Atwood, that I think we'll get into later, but I think we're coming up on where it's break. So I'm happy to take questions about what I just spoke about, or we can proceed to break, however y'all want to proceed.
Are there any questions from board members? We have about 8 minutes before I had planned on taking a break.
I have a question.
Okay. Hang on 1 second, Mr. Frank. All right, so Mr. Frank.
Yes, Mr. Coister, you stated that there was no blood evidence, that he did not have any blood on him after the crime, Mr. Atwood.
So the testimony of James McDonald was that he did not see any blood on him. Another man who was at the park said that he might have seen a speck of blood on his hand, I believe, but that he was not covered in blood as has been suggested.
So what about the testimony that Mr. Atwood told them that he had killed a person in a drug deal gone bad, and that's why he had blood on him?
Yes, so Mr. Atwood again had, I think, James McDonald did not see any blood. Another witness named Brian Hall said, well, maybe there was some blood on his hands. What Mr. Atwood told them was that, oh yeah, he was seeing a guy about some drugs and I had to stab him. That's what Mr. Atwood
He killed him. He left him in the desert.
That's what he said. I think what Mr. McDonald testified to is that he never believed Mr. Atwood, that he was known to be a bragger, to try to build himself up as a big tough guy. And so that was how he interpreted that statement as just, Atwood being Atwood, talking the big game.
But there was the whole discussion also of ridding himself of the clothes to hide them so there wouldn't be any evidence because there was blood on them.
Mm-hmm. So that, again, I think that this is contested testimony, right? Because the hiding of the clothes supposedly happened after Mr. Atwood returned to Dan's Park to go so to proceed to Tommy's bar, and that's where he disposed of the clothes. But Mr. McDonald, again, who was the first person to see Mr. Atwood at Dan's Park, his testimony was no blood on Mr. Atwood really that he saw. And I should point out Mr. Donald was Mr. Atwood's traveling companion.
Right.
He had a lot of incentives to try and, he could have been implicated in the crime himself, right? So he had all the incentive in the world to point to Mr. Atwood, to make him as good for work as he could. He still testified he did not see noticeable blood on Mr. Atwood when he returned to the park.
And then the testimony about the woman who drove around his vehicle and saw him alone. I mean, she didn't search the car, she drove by quickly, right? She was in a hurry to get out of the parking lot. An 8-year-old child could be forced down in the passenger seat without being seen.
Her testimony was that Mr. Atwood was driving slowly in the parking lot and that she had to get around him to exit the parking lot and turn onto Romero Road so she could go back to her neighborhood. So I think it is, I guess, fair to say that no, she did not get out and do a thorough search of the car. I think it's a 280Z, the back area of the car is completely full of Mr. Atwood's possessions. And so so the girl could not have been in the back of the car because it was full. She saw it long enough that in court, she was able to make a positive identification of Mr. Atwood. Logically, if you had just abducted a child and were attempting to commit a crime with that child, you wouldn't then go up the road, turn into a Circle K and idle your car there slowly and allow a woman to drive past you. And even if you were inclined to do that for some unknown reason, that's not the state's theory. The state's theory is he abducted the child and then immediately had to go to Iron Road. If he had made a stop or was hanging out for whatever reason in a Circle K parking lot, those are minutes ticking off what is already an impossible clock.
True, although we don't know exactly what happened then. So.
Well, here we go. What we do know there's testimony about when the girl left. There's testimony about when Mr. Atwood was seen. So we actually do know the time frame if Mr. Atwood was to commit this crime.
Approximate.
We have multiple witnesses providing, these times. So, I guess my point would be if you're going to discount that evidence, why would you you have to discount the exculpatory evidence, but wholly trust the inculpatory evidence. I don't think that's a fair way to go about this process.
I'm not discounting anything.
Certainly.
All right, questions by Mr. Kenyon.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez, and I'll keep it brief. Mr. Coyson, this is a follow-up to some of the questions from my colleague, Mr. Frenny, and that is, what about the cactus needles?
I mean, again, that's part of the same narrative that he had cactus needles in them. Tucson, you get cactus needles in the area, cactus needles and be walking around my neighborhood 2 days ago. So, if he had, I can't speak one way or the other to the origin of the cactus needles, other than as a Tucsonan, that's an occupational hazard in that city. So I don't think that is necessarily just positive of anything. What I think is positive, again, is the tight timeline under which, I think that evidence like that, I think it's certainly evidence that the board can consider, that the court could consider. It has to be considered, again, as the overall picture. Mr. Atwood's, the crime happened at a certain time, Mr. Atwood's accounted for at a certain time. You have to evaluate how appropriate that is within the context of the timeline doesn't work.
Well, I guess what I'm asking, Mr. Coyson, and I recognize that there's a lot of information in these case files, but did he have cactus needles stuck in him or not?
I can't speak to that one way or the other. He may have. I don't think the cactus needles are dispositive of guilt, certainly.
So I'm not saying that.
I know.
I'm just saying, did he have cactus needles stuck in him or not? Because it's come up quite a bit.
He may have. I'm not certain one way or the other.
The second question is the business of a drug deal. It sounds like you're saying that that story was made up by Mr. Atwood, but was there a drug deal at all?
Mr. Atwood had gone to that part of town for the purpose of buying drugs. That's why he was up there. I think it should be in our submission. He and Mr. McDonald had arrived in Tucson the Friday before, and on that Friday, Mr. McDonald knew some folks in Tucson. They stayed there, and Mr. Atwood introduced to someone who either sold them drugs or they had done drugs with. They left town. They camped on Mount Lemmon for 2 nights outside of Tucson, about an hour outside of Tucson, and came back into town on the Monday, essentially to store drugs. That's why they went to Dan's Park. That's why Mr. Atwood went back to the part of town where they had been on the previous Friday to get drugs. He'd gotten drugs there in the past, not to be able to do it again. He'd gone to that part, but he's, again, not a Tucsonan. He'd been there once, I believe in the evening, 4 days before. So he didn't know his way around. That's why he was in the area, driving around, trying to retrace the steps to find the person that he was trying to buy drugs from.
And to the best of your knowledge, did the state or legal counsel ever interview this drug dealer?
I am not, I'm not certain. I cannot speak to a certainty to that right now. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, sir.
All right, so at this time, even if we have additional questions, let's hold those while we take our morning recess. So we're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break, and Deputy Warden Eccles is going to escort the board over to the restroom. And we'll be returning shortly. Thank you, everyone. All right, if we can ask everyone to come in and get settled back in your seats, we are about to get started again. Annalisa, are we back on the record? All right, and we are back on the record in the matter of Mr. Frank Atwood, ADC number 062887. This is the time set for the board to consider a commutation of sentence, a reprieve, or pardon for Mr. Atwood. All of the parties previously present are present once again, including Mr. Atwood, who is present and in custody and represented by counsel. All right, let me first just ask, were there any board members who had any additional questions for Mr. Koistra? We kind of took our break in the middle. No questions? Okay, so Mr. Koistra, you may continue.
Thank you. I'm hearing from some of the complaints in the overflow room, perhaps that.
1 second, Mr. Koistra. Annalisa?
We need to check your microphone.
My microphone? Okay, the green light is on. There we go.
Okay.
Mr. Koistra, there's an issue in the overflow room?
I think it was just related to that. There was the audio, was there having trouble with the audio,
Okay.
which I think probably resolved that.
Okay, great.
So unless there were questions, I don't believe there were.
There are no more questions.
So, we've heard some information about Frank's spiritual history, his conversion to Greek Orthodoxy. That journey began with him writing to a bishop on the island of Cyprus, who sort of introduced him to the church, and who's been in touch with Frank ever since then. I think yesterday received a letter from him, Bishop, Athanasios. Forgive my interpretation of that. And if I'd like to just briefly read this letter from Bishop Athanasios.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, Dear sirs and madams, I hereby state before God that I've known Frank J. Atwood since 1999, mainly through correspondence. I've also visited him in prison in Arizona and spoke to him in person. During this 23-year span that I have known him, I've witnessed Frank's genuine intention to consciously adopt Christianity, so I encouraged him to receive the Holy Sacrament of Baptism. For many years, he has followed the daily prayer schedule, and through prayer and repentance, Frank has made much spiritual progress and has become a conscientious Christian. He is a man with a good and sensitive character, and when I visited him in prison, he confessed to me in utter honesty and humility that he did not commit the crimes that led him to death row. I truly believe that Frank should not be executed, and ask this board to recommend clemency. Sincerely, and is signed Athanasios, Athanasios, Bishop of Limassol, Cyprus.
Before you go.
Yeah.
Let me just, again, I apologize, a little informal here. During the break, I tried to clarify with Frank some of the questions that were asked. On the alleged escape, Frank was on his way to a doctor's appointment and traffic was bad on the highway, and he mentioned that to Rachel, that traffic was all jammed up, we were late. And therefore, he's giving traffic patterns and reports that somehow resulted in an allegation that maybe this was an escape, but it was simply a comment that we were stuck in traffic. And that's that. In terms of Frank Atwood getting cactus needles, on his pants. He did have cactus needles on his pants for cutting across a field to go make a phone call, because he was over at an area where he was trying to buy drugs, and there was a pay phone that he was on his way over to, and he did have some cactus. In terms of the write-ups while on death row, I assume that you all are familiar enough with prison culture to understand that the crime he got convicted of is such that what he has endured from other inmates, if nothing else, putting that aside, has been an utter and complete horror show for the entire time he's been in prison. Any inmate who is involved in anything to do with a child is the absolute bottom rung. He's had feces thrown at him. He's had urine thrown at him. He's had his food tainted by human waste. He has endured taunts, physical assaults, both from time to time staff when they lose their patience, mostly from other inmates. And he has reacted to those things from time to time. And he's reacted in ways that he's not proud of. And that's what we were talking about with repentance. When he lashes out at people who are tormenting him, and he has lived this kind of torment for all these years, because anytime an inmate gets a chance to take a shot at him, they do it, and he responds. And that is the basis for many of these misconduct checks that he's gotten against him. I just wanted to clarify those points. Thank you.
So as we can see here in the hearing room, there is a large contingent of people that are here in support of Mr. Atwood. They're primarily people from his faith community. Both here in the hearing room, there's an overflow room that I understand is quite full, again, with main supporters of Mr. Atwood. I think we estimate more than 100 people for coming here today in support for him. I think there are many, many more people that are watching the live stream, both here in the United States and abroad, for Mr. Atwood. His faith community is an important part of his life and an important part of who he is. I think what I would like to introduce now is a man named Nicholas Sayway. He's a friend of Mr. Atwood's, and he is also a member of that faith community. So, Nicholas?
Mr. Sayway, if you could state your name and then make your comments, and try to speak as closely to the microphone as you're able to. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my name is Nicholas Sayway. I'm a friend of Frank and Rachel Atwood. I am married with 6 children. I am an Orthodox Christian and have been involved with prison ministry for years. When I moved to Arizona in 2010, I obtained a list of Orthodox prisoners to begin a correspondence with, Frank being one of them. We began writing each other in 2010, and not long after, I began visiting him in person. When I first met him, Frank came across as an intelligent and thoughtful person, though a little rough around the edges due to his long tenure in prison. We, however, struck a common chord in our mutual faith in Christ, and in fact, throughout our good friendship, many, if not most, of our conversations have focused on life with God and repentance. We would discuss together the means of purifying the soul and how to be pleasing to God. His favorite memories are of the various clergy members that would come to visit him and give him advice on repentance and how to be in God's presence. Over the years, Frank has always supported me in my struggles as a true friend, and I always supported him in his struggles. He has always admitted his past crimes and mistakes and truly grieves for them. He would sigh and wonder, will God forgive me for the things I've done? I'm still making this and that mistake. He would weep in his cell at times, knowing that God allowed him to be in prison as a cleansing medicine for his soul. And knowing that if he had not gone to prison, he would likely not have found God in this manner. Frank did indeed find God while on death row and got baptized. As you've heard already, he also got married and helped his wife convert to Orthodox Christianity. He has obtained degrees, written religious books which have been published, and has continued with life. hoping that one day he would be released and live a normal life outside of the prison. When you spend much time with a person, you develop an intuition of the kind of person they are. 35 years in prison is a whole lot to change somebody, and I can say that Frank is a good person. He is not the monster that he has been made out to be. All of us, over 100 at least, who have come today to support Frank, have not taken this matter lightly whatsoever. We have come because it will leave a big hole in our hearts if he is executed. We know that if Frank is put to death, the blood of an innocent man will be shed and the true perpetrators will remain at large. Moreover, a petition was started online supporting Frank's innocence, which has already gotten close to 11,000 signatures at the time of this writing. That is no small number. We ask you today to look at the facts with an unbiased eye, and at the very least, please commute Frank's sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Well, thank you again. I am Sam Coyster on behalf of Mr. Atwood. So earlier, before the break, we went through all the problems with the state's theory of the case, the timeline that doesn't work. If you add up witness sightings and so on the evidence that doesn't stand up to scrutiny and so on. That doesn't change the fact that we're still left with a tragedy. Vicki Lynn Hopkinson was kidnapped and was murdered. So the question remains, Mr. Atwood was in the area, if he didn't do it, who did? Having reviewed this case, we think we have the answer to that question. In the immediate aftermath of Vicki Lynn's disappearance, Frank was not the first suspect. The night of the September 17th, after Vicki Lynn disappeared, a woman called into to the police hotline saying that she had seen Vicki Lynn earlier that night at the Tucson Mall. A woman named Connie Coger. She was an employee at a toy store in the Tucson Mall. But she told police that night that she saw a girl matching Vicki Lynn's description, wearing a red, white, and blue dress, which was the color of the dress Vicki Lynn was wearing, in the company of an unknown woman in the mall. She said that Vicki Lynn was tearful, she was crying, she said that she wanted to go home. The woman was holding her tightly by the arm and not letting her go. Connie gave a description of this woman to police, which they then used to make a composite drawing. At least 3 other workers at the mall told police that they saw that woman either by herself or with Vicki Lynn at the mall that same evening, around roughly the same time, around 6 or 7 in the evening. What they testified to is that these other witnesses did not say they got like a clean look. They said based on the drawing from the side or her hair matched it with this drawing of the woman that was based on Connie Coger's description. In pretty short order, that picture was circulated, and very quickly, that drawing was identified as a woman named Annette Fries or Free. I'm not entirely certain of the pronunciation. The first identification that they Freeze was a woman named Rosa Tobias. She was a teller at a bank, and she immediately saw the drawing and said, I know who that woman is. She is a customer that comes in here that is abusive and disruptive and just causes all kinds of problems at the bank branch. She also described her as someone who talks about how much she hates cops, and that she would come there and berate tellers and just cause all kinds of problems. Based on that, notably, this was not the only person to say the drawing looks like Annette Freeze. At least 6 other witnesses, I believe, either called in or told police directly, independently of each other, that they thought the drawing was Annette Freeze. So Freeze was actually known to law enforcement in Tucson. A couple of years before this happened, Freeze had been indicted in an attempted insurance fraud scheme. She approached the man and asked him to burn down a trailer that she owned. And to do that, that she would split the insurance proceeds with him. That man, instead of going along with the scheme, went to police and told them what she had asked him to do. And based on that, she was charged with a number of offenses, I believe in roughly 1982. So she was charged with these crimes, but never stood trial. And the reason she never stood trial is that her counsel immediately realized that Ms. Reeves was mentally ill. They had a Rule 11 evaluation done. The court determined that she was not fit to stand trial. They referred her for up to 90 days at an inpatient treatment facility to be evaluated to determine whether she could be restored to competency. And after that evaluation, the staff at the hospital determined they diagnosed her with schizoaffective disorder, which is a highly disruptive mental illness. It's so disruptive that in at least Ohio, I think maybe one other state, a schizoaffective disorder is in and of itself a defense of death penalty. It's how disruptive it is. And based on that diagnosis, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and not restorable. That final determination was made in October of 1984, so right just mere weeks after this crime happened. So based on this information, police, they had Ms. Coger, the mall witness. They attempt to identify Fries. The way it is reported in some of the court proceedings and the way it is reported by the state is that she was unable to make a positive identification of Fries. If you look at the actual police report documenting this, that's actually not what it says. They showed her a photograph of Fries and they did a drive-by identification. And what Coger said to the police was, that looks like her. And that was recorded as not a positive identification. So she's not saying definitively, this woman is definitely who I saw, but she said, that looks like her. So whether or not that's not a positive identification or not is, I think, a question of semantics. The bottom line is that Coger thought that Fries resembled the woman that she saw with Vicky Lane in the mall on the night of September 17th. So based on that, the police brought Ms. Fries in for questioning. They asked her about her whereabouts on September 17th. Fries told them where she was. She had an alibi. She said, well, she works with home health aide in the morning, and then she spent the afternoon around the time the crime happened back at home. And then she spent the evening of September 17th with her boyfriend at a motel. The problem is that that alibi was completely untrue and immediately showed to be in the police interview. She said Fries said she was at home the afternoon of September 17th when this crime happened. The police talked to her tenant who lived at the house where she resided, and he said, I was there all afternoon. She left in the morning. I didn't see her until later that night. She was gone all afternoon. So that was a lie. The police went to the motel where she said that she stayed on the night of the 17th. There is no record of Fries staying there or of her supposed boyfriend, a man named Jim Bonjour, staying there. And in fact, there is no way that she stayed with Jim Bonjour because 3 or 4 days before this crime happened, Jim Bonjour and his son got a restraining order against Fries because she was repeatedly showing up at their home, at their work site, harassing them and scaring Bonjour's young grandson to the point that they had to go to the court and get a restraining order against her. So this is the initial suspect. This is Annette Fries, who the police investigated in the first 48 hours of the case. Thereafter, a witness gave the police Mr. Atwood's license plate number. They find out his criminal history, and the investigation dramatically shifts to focus almost to the exclusion of anything else on Mr. Atwood. And within 48 hours after that, he's in custody. The crime is solved. The problem is we have this unaccounted for first suspect who's still lurking out there. And I'm happy, and then later I plan to get some additional evidence pointing to that woman, so I'm happy to answer any questions about what I just shared right now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coitra. I do have some questions, and I've read the account of Ms. Bree's meeting with law enforcement and some of her ramblings as she was talking to law enforcement. In my view of having read that record of that interview with her, multiple interviews with her, it seems like they were more discounting her as being someone who was not accustomed to being cooperative with law enforcement and someone who was mentally ill and therefore unable to account correctly for her whereabouts on the 17th. But my question for you is, Mr. Lane had earlier said to this board that Ms. Bree, and he compared Ms. Bree to Mr. Atwood, was also a person known to grab children and molest them. Mm-hmm. And he said something, and I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect of, what are the odds that in the same area in Tucson, there would be two child sexual predators? And I don't believe in coincidences because I'm a lawyer, but clearly this was a coincidence. I did not see anywhere in the record, and we reviewed tens of thousands of pages of the court record provided to us by the Supreme Court. I did not see anything in the court record, any indication Ms. Freeze had any kind of violent history or any kind of history of injuring children. Where is that coming from?
Sure, so we can tell you that to my knowledge, she has never been, Ms. Freeze has never been prosecuted for any violence towards children. However, this is what is in the record. This is in our submission exhibits to what we submitted. First, I mentioned Jim Bonjour, she claimed his boyfriend. Mr. Bonjour told a reporter that one of the reasons they got a protective order was because his grandson, who's mentally disabled, was frightened of Freeze and would get upset whenever she came around. One reason he would get upset whenever she came around is that there was an event where she saw him on the street, grabbed him, and tried to pull him into her car. He got scared, managed to escape, and ran away. So that's one incident. In addition to that, there are multiple reports of attempted kidnappings in the area around Route and Mosquito, both before and after this crime took place by a woman matching that previous description. So, for example, there is an apartment complex about 100 feet from Route and Mosquito, the Park El Monte apartment. Police interviewed a woman there named Charlene Nanez. Ms. Nanez told police that the week before, the previous Monday, she was doing laundry in the apartment's laundry room with her 3-year-old son, and that a woman wandered in there, grabbed her son, picked him up, and started to run away. And she had to fight the woman off. The woman described as being in her 30s, very, curly hair to the shoulders, dark complected, very similar to Ms. Freeze. There was another boy who was in that same apartment complex, Eric Ziegler. And what he told police during their initial canvass is that both on the day of the 17th, around 2:30 in the afternoon, after he got out of school, he was followed by someone in a mysterious brown car. He said that the same brown car had followed him slowly on his way from school the previous Thursday. This driver is known to drive a brown Datsun 280Z, similar to Mr. Atwood's car, but brown in color. So Eric Ziegler, who lived in the apartment, also reported he was followed by a woman matching the description. The two boys referenced in the state's case against Mr. Atwood. I believe their names were Rick Barrio and Brian Curry, who said that they saw a man in the neighborhood in a strange car. First, the descriptions of the car differed somewhat. One said it was black or dark green. The other said it was possibly a brownish car. One said the car had louvers. The other said it didn't. So they disagreed on the exact description of the car. What they both said, though, is that the car they saw in the neighborhood was similar to what looked like a car that 2 weeks before had chased another neighborhood boy named Boy Shack all the way home from school. That Boy Shack had been chased by this car and had to basically run home because he was so scared of it. Again, matching the description of the brown Datsun that Ms. Freeze was known to drive. This and the Ziegler incident previous Thursday occurred at a time, and then an incident when Mr. Atwood was not even in Tucson, not in Arizona, to my knowledge at that time.
Let me just fine tune my question a little bit more. Is there any documented record of arrests or convictions against Ms. Freeze involving her causing harm or molesting any child?
Again, as I said at the top, no, I'm not aware of court records to that effect. I will say there was another witness, Clemency, who told police a woman matching Fry's description in the days after Vicky Lynn disappeared, went up to her car with her children in it outside of a Lucky supermarket, tried to take her young son. The son punched the woman in the nose with his left. We have also spoke to Fry's former daughter-in-law, who was a student at a cosmetology school. Ms. Fry would come in there to have her daughter-in-law, or granddaughter-in-law, I should say, do her hair for her. And eventually, after that happened a few times, one of her classmates took her aside and said, "You can't have her coming in here when I was a kid, this woman molested me when I was a child. So to, I guess your point, no, we do not have a court conviction or an adjudication finding Ms. Price guilty of those offenses. However, there is significant evidence from multiple different sources pointing to a woman either matching Fry's description, or someone driving a vehicle matching the description of the vehicle Fry's drove, or directly Fry's herself, in terms of the last example, linking her to attempt to kidnap or harm, or actually harming children.
What about,
And I should point out that none of this evidence was heard by Mr. Atwood's jury.
well, my guess is that the judge found that it was not sufficiently reliable. What about all of these witnesses that you're claiming have reason to believe that Ms. Freeze either grabbed their children or threatened their children or caused their children harm? Any of those people call the police, because that would be a record. And I cannot imagine as a parent that my first thought, if someone touched my child, looked at my child in a way that I thought was threatening, that my next step would not be to call the police.
They
Did
did
call
speak-
the police?
Yes, ma'am, they did speak to the police, and the reason we know this is because we have police reports summarizing these events. So Ms. Clemency, the reason we have that is she contacted police, described it to them, we have that in the police report. In the case of Ms. Inez, we had her interview with police that they conducted about it. So yes, these items are documented in police reports.
Like no resulting arrest?
Those were pardoned?
No resulting arrest.
No resulting arrest, no ma'am. Yeah, to my, I don't know to what extent these were investigated after the reports were called in. But they identified specifically as a woman, matching Freeze's description, in areas, in some cases, parking lots of the apartment, it's about 100 feet from where the human disappears.
All right, any other questions from any of my fellow board members? All right, Mr. Johnson, and the microphone is on.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mendez, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I have just a couple of questions. All the information that you just relayed to us, was that information that the police investigated, or was that information from, maybe you had a private investigator?
It's both. The information around the time of the events, that additional identification of Freeze, the evidence about the other kidnap attempts, that was all developed by the Tucson Police and the County Sheriff's Department and the FBI as part of their initial investigation.
And so you kind of making an allegation like the police department or those investigators. This was a high profile case?
Extremely high profile, yes, sir.
And it had several different jurisdictions involved in it, including the FBI?
Yes, sir. After she went missing, it was technically, I believe, within the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department. But obviously it was within the Tucson city limits, and given the manpower needs, they called in support from the FBI. So there were special agents that were involved in the initial investigation.
Okay. So when the information on Ms. Freeze came up, who developed that information?
So the initial report that Connie Coger made was called in to there's a hotline that the Sheriff's Department put up. So she called into the hotline when she got home from work that day. It was around 10 or 11 p.m. She saw the story on the news about a missing girl. She said, I'd seen that girl at her residence church, and she called a hotline, talked to the police around midnight. And so the police, the Pima County Sheriff's Department was primarily in charge of that investigation. They're the ones that interviewed Ms. Freeze, participated in some of the identification and things like that.
Okay. So it was the police who actually went to the bank and found out who Ms. Freeze was from the composite?
So the woman that worked at the bank teller, Rose Matokias, she reckoned the composite was published in the newspaper, and it was ran on the local news. Tokias saw it. I believe the evidence that her daughter was a TPD officer, who she mentioned to her daughter encouraged her to call the authorities. So that's how that connection was made.
Okay. So generally, most of the information was generated by law enforcement.
Yes,
they
sir.
investigated during that period of time. They investigated Ms. Freeze just as they would have investigated Mr. Atwood. Would you say that?
I would say they invested Ms. Freeze in the initial 48 hours before Mr. Atwood was identified as a suspect. I think after they got the report of the license plate and they saw Mr. Atwood in the neighborhood, they learned his criminal history. the focus of the investigation dramatically narrowed onto Mr. Atwood. So yes, there was an investigation into Ms. Freeze in the initial period, but after Mr. Atwood was the suspect, the entire orientation changed.
Okay, was it possible that as they were doing the investigation that they left Ms. Freeze because they believed that she was not the suspect in it, or, because the way you're making it sound as though the police just never investigated Ms. Freeze, but in the information that I read, most of the information developed was by law enforcement in doing that follow-up.
No, sir, you're correct. I think the argument we would make is that the police did investigate Freeze. It developed a lot of evidence that pointed to Ms. Freeze. There's a lot of additional evidence in the record that I can certainly go through right now, if it would be helpful, that pointed to Ms. Freeze. But after they found Mr. Atwood, he was in hand, his car was broken down, he had his criminal history was what it was. He seemed like he was good for it, so they stopped the investigation into Freeze and focused on Mr. Atwood. And just so I can be clear, I think I was going to space this out, but I think it makes sense to do it now. Just the other kidnapping attempts and things like that, that was not the only evidence pointing towards Ms. Freeze. As I mentioned, Mr. Atwood was driving through the black Datsun 280Z with blue and gold California plates. A man named Abe Rodriguez, who's a courier for St. Mary's Hospital, contacted investigators and said he saw a woman matching that Freeze's description, wearing the same kind of hat, carrying the same kind of purse that Connie Coker identified her as wearing, outside of a bank in downtown Tucson. He had a bunch of money on him and was kind of very cognizant of his surroundings. And he noticed her standing next to this brown Datsun 280Z, which also had blue and gold California plates. He thought the woman was looking at him, it made him uncomfortable. That's why he remembered it. He also was a fan of 280Z, described as a root beer brown, specifically 280Z. This is, I believe, a few days, the week before, maybe Thursday or Friday, before the crime. Later that day, Mr. Rodriguez also told police that he saw the same Z, the same woman, outside of a Tucson elementary school, and that the woman he'd seen earlier was parked in the Z, watching the children playing on the playground at this elementary school. Multiple other witnesses either saw Fry's or a root beer brown Datsun 280Z in and around the area where the crime occurred. Possibly the only witness directly to the abduction was a young boy named Jonathan Atkinson. He told police in the initial investigation, he saw what he said was an orangish-brown race car hit a girl on a bike. That was his recollection. He said that it was a lady who drove this orangish-brown race car that hit a girl on a bike. As mentioned, there are the two other neighborhood boys, Travis Spencer and Chris Beckley. They gave varying descriptions of what the color of the car was and described it as a brown car. And I believe it was either Chris that it was being driven by a woman in the neighborhood. That was their initial report to police before Mr. Atwood was identified as a suspect. The mailman for the neighborhood, a man named Lorenzo Monterez, told police that at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the crime, so about an hour before Vicki Lynn disappeared, he was at the Wetmore and Romero Circle K. He saw the woman in the composite drawing, Annette Freeze, and a brown car at that Circle K. The manager of that Circle K, a store employee, and another customer were shown photographed Freeze and shown the composite drawing. They all recognized her as a woman who had started in recent days coming by that store, hanging out, talking to children in the store. And then that is on top of many half dozen or more tips called in pointing out to a black Datsun 280Z, a brown Datsun 280Z in and around the area where the crime happened. Mr. Lane mentioned this. This is coincidences on coincidences, but frankly, the circumstantial evidence pointing to Ms. Freeze is at least as voluminous and at least as strong as the circumstantial evidence pointing to Mr. Atwood. This is not just saying some woman maybe resembled a drawing that was picked out. There are multiple witnesses that point her in the area at the time of the crime in her vehicle, very similar to Mr. Atwood's vehicle. There are numerous witnesses pointing to this woman acting inappropriately, dangerously around children, including children that lived in that neighborhood at that time. That's the evidence we have of Ms. Freeze. So this is not
you know, again, it's not a lark, it's not someone that is picked out of the blue. This is a person that was known to be in the area, that drove a vehicle that was seen in the area, and that had, to me, a credible history of attempting to kidnap or harm children. So, I think Mr. Johnson has some questions.
So I hear you talking about Ms. Freeze, but it's almost like you eliminate and you're making a comparison between Atwood and Ms. Freeze as what their involvement could have been. But when you look at the history for Mr. Atwood, in '74, there was a 10-year-old female victim that he kissed the victim under her around the vagina area. And then he went to California Youth Authority in '74. He then was put on probation. He was acquitted of a child molesting in Los Angeles. He was arrested in July of '74, returned to prison on a parole revocation. He went to California State Hospital. He was discharged from the hospital in '78 from the hospital for not being amenable to any treatment in reference to the sexual violations and the attraction to minors. Then, like in December of '78, his probation was again revoked. He was returned to prison. He was discharged from prison in 1980, and a lot of these incidents are similar because of the age of the victims, and some of them were committed, you know, while he was riding his motorcycle. I mean, there's a lot of things that's in there. It looks like in May of '80, he kidnapped and molested a 7-year-old boy, pulled down his pants, masturbated him, performed oral sex on him, inserted his finger into the victim's rectum, then made the victim have oral sex on him and forced the victim to give him oral sex. And then he was arrested for that in '80. In '84, he was paroled to his parents. Then it was in '84 that the current victim was reported missing, and Atwood was arrested in '84. In '86, he assaulted a correction officer, tried to bite him during that early period of time. He threatened his mother with a knife and then terrorized the family, according to the pre-sentence report. That's a big difference. And what you're saying, Ms. Freeze had, and what the police were focused on when they started looking at Mr. Atwood, who had a history of child molestation, not just a history, but arrest of child molestation, and the fact that prior to that time that he had made a statement to a gentleman saying that, you know, he wouldn't get caught next time because he wouldn't basically leave a witness behind. So when you're making this comparison, I mean, there's a huge difference that you're really focusing on one, but the bigger comparison to me, and just looking at the timeline and looking at the track record, is much, much more different. I'm not saying that she didn't have a bad record. I mean, but that's the big difference in those two. How are you comparing those to be the same as saying that, you know, they're very similar? And they're not.
So two things I'd like to point out. First is that you referenced the gentleman who said that Mr. Atwood was gonna, you know, I was Ernest Persang, that's who you're referring to. So on the stand, Mr. Persang was thoroughly impeached. He was caught in multiple lies about his own personal history, his involvement in a cult organization, his military service, and he admitted on the stand that he had personal animus towards Mr. Atwood, both because he had a romantic interest in Mr. Atwood that was not reciprocated, and because he felt Mr. Atwood had stolen something from him before. And it came out in his testimony that he actually once cooperated with Oklahoma police to wear a wire to try and set Mr. Atwood off in a drug deal, right? So that is the context in which he offered his testimony about statements that Mr. Atwood made. I think that's an important context for that. The remainder of what she was, I think, is, you know, that is evidence, right? I think I'm not going to discount that. That is all evidence of other acts prior to or after the offense, right? What you're describing is the reason Mr. Atwood was a suspect, that it's not evidence that Mr. Atwood committed this crime, right? And again, I think what's important to remember in the context of all of this, to go back to the point earlier, the state's timeline, right? The state's timeline generously is 1 hour for Mr. Atwood to have committed this crime. roughly 3:30 to 4:30. Mr. Atwood, that is impossible, for the reasons I outlined earlier. So you can look at the coincidences, and I think there are many, but I think it's important to evaluate those coincidences alongside the coincidences of a woman who, at least one person has directly accused sexual molestation, that multiple police reports indicate may have been involved in trying to kidnap other children, who was seen in the area in the days, hours before this crime, who had evinced an interest in children, who drove a car very similar to Mr. Atwood's car that was seen by multiple witnesses in that area. I think we have to balance that against Mr. Atwood's history, and against the difficult timeline.
Let me just jump in. I'll also remind you that a huge difference here is multiple credible eyewitnesses put this little girl in the company of Annette Freeze. Nobody did that with Frank Atwood. This little girl was seen at the mall in the company of Annette Freeze, trying to pull away from her, saying, take me home, take me home. She had a clothing description that the witness at the mall said, red, white, and blue outfit. And the only picture of Vicki Lynn that appeared in the news that night was from the neck up. There was no public announcement that she had been wearing a red, white, and blue outfit. This witness said this little girl was wearing a red, white, and blue outfit, and she was with that woman. That is huge, and that seemed to have just sort of faded off into the sunset. Mr. Atwood's record is clearly horrendously worse than Annette Freeze, but that's why he is the suspect. Once you lose sight of anything but his record, he's guilty, you know. But if you look at the eyewitness testimony here, no credible eyewitness came forth and said they ever saw Frank Atwood with her. They searched his car from top to bottom. If this was a blood-filled event, certainly there would have been something. If she was in his car, there would have been a hair. There would have been a print. There were some prints left on the bike that never matched Frank Atwood. None of his prints were found on the bike. There were some unknown prints on the bike. These kinds of things can't be ignored. And what we're at, what one of you said this, I'm not sure who. We really don't know with a clear certainty what happened. I mean, that is the very definition of a reasonable doubt. And when you're sending a man to death, you better be sure that this is, in fact, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, the right person. I'm going to let Mr. Kuistra continue his presentation. I just want to make that point.
Let me ask you one more question, sir.
Yes.
He just made a statement that it must have been I don't know the exact words, but you said that it was a blood-filled incident. How do you make that determination?
Well, there was testimony. The witnesses were saying that he came and he was all filled with, there was blood everywhere.
Okay. There was witnesses that testified there was blood. He had blood on his person.
Right.
But the coroner never determined the cause of death, so we don't know.
No, we don't. Nobody knows. I mean,
That's why I'm asking, how did you come up
I'm
with
saying that based on Frank telling somebody that, oh, I killed a guy on a drug deal, and that's how I got blood on me.
Right.
So, but my point of all that is, if there was blood, if this incident involved blood, you would expect to see blood in his car. There was none. If she had been in his car, you would expect to see a hair. You would expect to see a print. You would expect to see something that would prove that a little girl who was struggling, you would presume, left some evidence somewhere in the car. But that car was searched from top to bottom, and there was not one single trace of any evidence that she'd ever been in that car. That's my point. I was relating to the blood that we had talked about before.
Okay, but I thought just previously they were saying that there really wasn't that much blood on them, that they testified in court that there wasn't that much blood.
I will just clarify that point. The state's theory is that this is a blood-filled incident. The state's theory is that Mr. Atwood was covered in blood, so covered in blood that he had to dispose of his clothes to keep from being seen sometime after he had driven back after the murder, right? The theory is that he drove back to Tucson covered in blood and then went to a bar and threw his clothes in the dumpster behind the bar. That is what the state has alleged. If that is the case, if this was the blood-filled incident, that Mr. Atwood is at the center of, as the state alleges, to Mr. Lane's point, why is there not blood in the car? Why is the only, why did the gentleman who saw Mr. Atwood in the park say, I didn't see any blood, or maybe a speck of blood, right? That is the issue. The state's narrative is that this is a blood-filled crime. The evidence does not back that up, just like it doesn't back up the timeline or much of the state's other proper theory of the case. That's, I think, what the video was trying to make.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Just a quick question. Thank you. Mr. Quaker, just a follow-up question.
Certainly.
From my understanding, regarding this freeze, because she comes up alive. So it's your position that she was a middle-aged person with behavioral issues. She had a criminal history, that she was active in kidnapping and molesting children during that period of time, and then she stopped. Because if I'm not mistaken, she's still alive, is she not?
To my knowledge, yes, she is still alive.
Okay, so that this was happening in that real narrow point of time, and then it stopped. Because it seems there's no arrest regarding sexual offenses by Ms. Freed.
Well, I will say, I can't speak to what the time period is that she had made involved either kidnapping or sexual offenses or other activities. I don't know. I do know, as we said in our materials, we have the cosmetology classmate who testified to that. We also have other reports of erratic behavior by her extending into the 1990s.
Okay.
So that's what I know. That's what we know.
Thank you.
That's one more question. So it's been stated that no one saw a child in the car with Mr. Atwood. And I thought that in the reports that I read and those, that there were two teenage boys at one point saw someone in the vehicle with him.
So I believe I think you might be conflating two different pieces of evidence. So first, I believe what Mr. Lane says, there was no credible evidence that placed Vicki Lynn in Mr. Atwood's car. The two teenage boys you were referring to were the boys I referenced earlier, who said they saw a car in the neighborhood that was either green or black or brown that resembled Mr. Atwood's car, but also resembled Ms. Freed's car. They saw that car in the neighborhood around the same time. I think they also saw Vicki Lynn on her bicycle. The state has alleged three witnesses. There were Nora Wilson, Michael Young, and Robert McCormick, who testified at trial that they saw a child in a car with Mr. Atwood. I discussed them earlier. Those are the three witnesses that, in their initial reports, gave information that was contradicted by what they eventually testified to. So, for example, one of them initially said that she couldn't even see into the car, and that the car she saw had a white license plate. By the time she testified, the car had a blue and gold license plate, and she could see Mr. Atwood in it, give descriptions of his tattoos and so on. One of them initially told police, I think I saw someone alone in a car driving south out of the neighborhood. 7 or 8 months later, he went back to the police after Mr. Atwood had been arrested, after he'd been identified as a suspect, and he said, actually, I think I saw him the second time, and I think there was a girl in the car the second time. So when Mr. Lane refers to credible evidence of seeing a child with Mr. Atwood, there is no credible evidence. I think this also goes back to the testimony I referenced earlier from Patricia Brown, who was the one who saw Mr. Atwood immediately after the crime, after the children saw the bike at the intersection. He saw into the car and did not see a child in the car, right in the Circle K parking lot. To Mr. Franning's question earlier, maybe she just wasn't visible in the car, perhaps, but then why were these other witnesses miraculously seeing her visible in the car months after the fact, contrary to the initial statement? I think the best evidence we have of the state inside Mr. Atwood's car is Patricia Brown, who, immediately after the case, she had a look in, only saw Mr. Atwood. And so I think that also seems to highly corroborate that a third party and not Mr. Atwood is responsible for this crime. And for the reasons we have outlined, the most credible third party is the next breed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Manette.
All right, thank you.
I have just 2 questions.
Okay, hang on 1 second. So, Mr. Kreischer, after the disappearance of Vicky Lynn and after her remains were found, were there ever any arrests or convictions of Ms. Freeze relating to molestation of a child or hurting a child?
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. There were arrests and convictions related to Ms. Freeze's son, and I think I was planning on getting to that a little bit later. That might make sense to get to that a little bit later. I'd be happy to get into that in a moment.
Okay. All right, Mr. Finn. Anytime.
Yes, Mr. Koister, what vehicle was registered to Ms. Freeze?
The vehicle that was registered to Ms. Freeze was a brown Datsun station wagon. So not the Datsun 280Z. Or to be clear, that we are aware of. We actually have vehicle registration. The reason we know about the Datsun station wagon is that we had a traffic ticket contemporaneous, and because of the reports of one of her tenants, so that was the car that she drove. But we have multiple witnesses, including Abraham Rodriguez, including a woman that has the same description as Circle K, other witnesses placing her with the brown Datsun E car.
Correct, but she doesn't have one registered to her. She just had the station wagon registered to her.
I'm not sure if even the station wagon is registered to her.
That was the citation.
From the citation, right? Car registration information is not available that far back. It's best to be able to determine.
And when Connie saw the witness that saw her, or this description of Ms. Freeze in the mall, there was 3 witnesses that saw her. How many witnesses stated that that was not her with the child, with the victim?
That stated that Freeze was not.
Correct. That Ms. Freeze, that the child that was the victim was not the one.
They saw the children in the mall accompanying someone that was not Ms. Freeze. So, to my knowledge, none of the witnesses affirmably testified that that was not her. If you look at the police reports, the witnesses who initially testified, Sylvia Graham, Terry Pongratz, Kimberly Hilbert, and Susan Rossi. And when they spoke to police, they all initially said, yeah, either we saw that woman or someone that looked like the composite drawing with the girl in the mall. At their trial test, and then of course Ms. Koger, who gave the description of the woman. At their trial testimony, I don't think any of them necessarily affirmatively, definitively said that was not her. What they said is, well, you know, I only saw her from the side it could be her, the hair looks like it could be her. So there was not any, to my recollection, any of those witnesses saying, I saw the girl with someone that did not resemble the composite drawing.
Thank you.
All right, but Mr. Koister, even Ms. Coker, who, based on her own testimony, is the one who would have spent the most time in the presence of this woman and child that she identified to law enforcement in her store when the woman purchased a small gift for the child that she was with. I think it was a stuffed animal or something like that. Even she was not able to positively identify Ms. Freeze as the woman that she had described. And you said earlier that she said it looks like her and that the police were maybe being not forthcoming entirely with the way they described it. But if you look at the actual words in the police report, what she said was it looked a lot like her. She never positively identified her. She vacillated, she equivocated. She never clearly stated, I do believe it's the same woman.
That's correct. I didn't mean to, I'm not imputing any motives. I think it's, to me, that's a semantic distinction, saying that looks a lot like her. I don't think it's a negative identification. It may not be a positive identification, but it's certainly not a negative identification. And I interpret that as her being cautious and not wanting to overstate what it was that she witnessed when she got faced with the discrepancy. I do think it's notable that, based on her description, a drawing was done, and a half dozen other people immediately identified that drawing as the next lead, including the bank teller, multiple people that called into the tip line, employees at the Wetmore Romero Circle K.
Sure, and she was known to be someone who was frequently in the mall and frequently acting erratically, a person who would garner attention. Correct. That's what that tells me. So, okay, all right, thank you. Let's move on. Did you have other speakers?
I do. I would like to bring on 2 speakers that know Mr. Atwood's personally, one is Father Simeon, who is, another, monk in the monastery, and then I could hear from, Carlos, and I will not attempt to say his last name, he will introduce himself.
Okay,
Later
so we're
on.
gonna hear from Father Simeon first?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Father Simeon, if you could, once you get up to the podium, if you could state your name and then make your comments. And we have Haley behind you who's gonna just briefly check that the microphone is working. Are we having issues with that microphone? Okay. So just bear with us, everyone. We're gonna see if we can change out that microphone. Council, it's 11:40. What if we went ahead and broke for lunch and allow our esteemed technology people to work on that microphone and possibly completely change it out? Then we'll return for the defense to finish up their case and then turn it over to the state's case. Does that work for everyone?
No objection from mine.
Okay, I think that's gonna be the best use of our time. So we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch, and we're gonna take approximately 45 minutes for lunch, and then we'll return and finish up with Mr. Koistra and Mr. Atwood's case. So if we could have Wendy come and escort the board. And I also believe that the victims are gonna be eating lunch in a staff room in the back. So Wendy, are you gonna be escorting them now? I'm gonna take you.
You're not tip back like that?
Yeah, I tried it, but it doesn't have that feature.
Yeah, the other guy was calling it.